الشيخ أحمد بن خالد آل ثاني مساعد محافظي مصرف قطر المركزي ورئيس مجلس الإدارة إيداع، الشيخ سيف بن عبد الله آل ثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لإيداع أصحاب المعاني، أعضاء اتحاد مراكز الإيداع في إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تستضيف قطر اليوم في الأول من مايو حدثاً تاريخياً هو الأول من نوعه، ومن خلال مؤسسة الرائد إيداع المنتدى السنوي 39 لاتحاد مراكز الإيداع في إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط أميدا. هذا الحدث الذي شرفه الشيخ بندر بن محمد بن سعود آل ثاني برعايته يعزز مكانة قطر كمركز مالي إقليمي هام، ويؤكد التزام دولة قطر بدعم وتعزيز دور مراكز الإيداع في المنطقة وإيمانها بأهمية التعاون الدولي لتطوير هذا القطاع الحيوي الهام الذي يواجه تحديات متزايدة في ظل التطورات التكنولوجية المتسارعة. لذا فإن انعقاد هذا المنتدى اليوم هو فرصة مثالية لمناقشة هذه التحديات واستكشاف سبل الاستفادة من هذه التطورات لتعزيز كفاءة ودقة خدمات مراكز الإيداع، كما أنه فرصة لتبادل الخبرات والآراء حول أحدث التطورات في مجال الإيداع وسبل التعاون بين الدول الأعضاء لتعزيز دور مراكز الإيداع في دعم الاقتصاد الإقليمي وبناء القدرات لإحداث التأثيرات المستدامة وازدهار في أسواق رأس المال. ونحن على ثقة بأن هذا المنتدى سيحقق أهدافه التي انعقد من أجلها، وسيشهد انطلاق مبادرات جديدة لتلبية الاحتياجات المتطورة لمجتمع الاستثمار العالمي وتعزيز الابتكار في قطاع الإيداع. لذلك نبدأ مع كلمة الشيخ أحمد بن خالد آل ثاني مساعد محافظ مصرف قطر المركزي رئيس مجلس الإدارة في إيداع، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة أعضاء وضيوف اتحاد مراكز الإيداع في أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في المنتدى السنوي 39 لاتحاد مراكز الإيداع في أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط أميدا في مدينة الدوحة، حيث نلتزم جميعا بالنهوض بأسواق رأس المال في منطقتنا وتعزيز الابتكار والنمو. ففي السنوات الأخيرة كانت قطر في طليعة البلدان التي اعتمدت على التقنيات في الخدمات المالية وتبنت الإمكانيات التحويلية للذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار الرقمي، وتستند استراتيجية القطاع الثالثة للقطاع المالي الذي أطلقها مصرف قطر المركزي في عام 2023 إلى 4 ركائز أساسية، وهي الخدمات المصرفية، قطاع التأمين، ومن ضمن الخدمات المالية وأسواق رأس المال التي تندرج تحتها شركة قطر الإيداع المركزي. وفي هذا الإطار نتطرق إلى موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي والممارسات البيئية والاجتماعية وحوكمة الشركات في القطاع المالي، حيث يركز المنتدى هذا العام على هذه المواضيع تحديدا. الحضور الكرام، يعمل الذكاء الاصطناعي بقدراته العميقة على إعادة تشكيل مشهد الخدمات المالية، ونحن في دولة قطر قمنا بتسخير هذه التكنولوجيا لتعزيز التحليل التنبؤي وتحسين إدارة المخاطر وتوفير المنتجات المالية الشخصية في تبني الذكاء الاصطناعي. يساعدنا على تبسيط العمليات ووضع المعايير الجديدة للكفاءات والدقة في الخدمات، كما أننا نلتزم التزاما تاما بتبني الذكاء الاصطناعي وتوظيفه بشكل مسؤول لتحقيق التقدم في هذا المجال الذي يأتي تماشيا مع استراتيجية التنمية الوطنية الثالثة 2024-2030، وهي المرحلة الأخيرة إلى تحقيق أهداف رؤية قطر الوطنية التي تهدف إلى تطوير الاقتصاد الرقمي والقدرات الاستراتيجية في الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الناشئة، ويتطلب هذا الأمر تدمين الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل عميق في منظومتنا المالية. ويهدف هذا التكامل الاستراتيجي إلى تعزيز القطاع المالي ليصبح أكثر قوة ومرونة وقدرة على توقع اتجاهات السوق والاستجابة بشكل سريع للبيئة الاقتصادية العالمية باستمرار. علاوة على ذلك، فإن تطبيق مبادئ الممارسات البيئية والاجتماعية والحوكمة الشركات يقع في صميم استراتيجيتنا لتطوير الأسواق، حيث تشكل حجر الزوايا للازدهار طويل الأمد، ومن خلال إعطاء الأولويات للممارسات البيئية والاجتماعية والحوكمة الشركات، فإننا نضمن أن لا يعود النمو علينا بالنفع الاقتصادي فحسب، بل يتميز أيضا بالسلامة البيئية والمسؤولية الاجتماعية. الحضور الكرام، دعونا اليوم نفكر في الفرص التي تنتظرنا، فمشهد التمويل العالمي أخذ في التغيير، ومن الضروري أن نعتمد هذا التحول بصفتنا قادة في القطاع المالي، حيث أن تعاوننا من خلال هذه المنتديات كمنتدى أميدا يعتبر أمرا بالغا في الأهمية. معا يمكننا أن نشارك المعرفة ونعزز الابتكار ونبني أسواقا أكثر وقوة ومرونة. يسعدني أن أتابع معكم المناقشات التي سنجريها اليوم والأفكار التي ستنبثق عن هذا المنتدى، فنغتنم هذه الفرصة لنتعلم من بعضنا البعض ونعمل على تحقيق هدف موحد يتمثل في الارتقاء بالمشهد المالي في المنطقة. أشكركم على وجودكم معنا وأتطلع للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى. شكرا.
الشيخ أحمد بن خالد آل ثاني، شكرا جزيلا على هذه الكلمة. والآن مع الكلمة الترحيبية الشيخ سيف بن عبد الله آل ثاني، الرئيس التنفيذي لمركز إيداع، فليتفضل مشكورا.
أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لسعادة الشيخ بندر بن محمد بن سعود آل ثاني، محافظ مصرف قطر المركزي، لرعايته الكريمة للمنتدى 39 لاتحاد جهات الإيداع أميدا. وأود أن أرحب بأعضاء الاتحاد في بلدهم الثاني قطر، وبالأصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن شركة إيداع، فإنه من دواعي سروري واعتزازي أن تكون إيداع عضواً في هذا الاتحاد المميز والمشاركة في هذا المنتدى من أجل بحث مستقبل أفضل لأسواق رأس المال في منطقتنا، والعمل على تطويرها وترقيتها بما يحقق الأهداف المنشودة. ومن هذا المنطلق أود أن أتطرق إلى عدد من المحاور الأساسية التي نرى أنها عامل رئيسي نحو تطوير جهات الإيداع، وبالتالي تطوير وتحسين أداء الأسواق المالية. أولاً وقبل كل شيء التعاون المثمر وبناء تعاون بين جهات الإيداع بأميدا. إن الهدف الرئيسي من هذا الاتحاد المرموق والذي نتشرف بعضويتنا فيه هو تبادل الخبرات وتوثيق أواصر التعاون من أجل مواجهة التحديات التي قد تعيق مسيرة التطور، بالإضافة إلى إيجاد الحلول التي تساعد المستثمرين وتشجعهم على الاستثمار في الأسواق المالية من خلال خلق بيئة آمنة متطورة وميسرة. وعلى سبيل المثال توحيد الآليات وإجراء تسجيل العملاء لدى جهات الإيداع في أميدا، مشاركة البيانات في ضوء التشريعات المنظمة، والسماح للعملاء بالتداول في الأسواق المالية بدول أعضاء هذا الاتحاد عن طريق تطوير وتطبيق نظام جواز المستثمر، ومن ثم توفير منصة موحدة لتسجيل العملاء على أن تشمل هذه المنصة دليلاً لإجراء التسجيل ومتطلباته، فضلاً عن بيانات وافية عن شركات المدرجة في الأسواق المالية وأدوات الاستثمار. في المحور الثاني التطور الإلكتروني. إن من أهم العوامل الرئيسية لتحسين أداء جهات الإيداع هو التطور الإلكتروني واستخدام الأنظمة المتطورة بما يضمن بيئة سلسة للاستثمار وحماية البيانات على مستوى جهات الإيداع، ومن ذلك استخدام وتطوير الهوية الرقمية على مستوى جهات الإيداع بما يضمن تحديد ومعرفة هوية العملاء وفقاً للمتطلبات التشريعية، ومن ثم استخدام نظام البلوك تشين وهو حوسبة إلكترونية تضمن المحافظة على البيانات المخزنة بها وحيلولة دون تعديلها، وتستخدم في تسجيل البيانات والعمليات التي ترجع للأوراق المالية، في حيث أن هذه التكنولوجيا هي اليوم صارت واقع جديد يغير من البزنس موديل لجهات الإيداع. ففي الماضي كانت جهات الإيداع تعتمد على سنتراليزيشن لكل بياناتها، لكن تطبيق البلوك تشين يحتاج إلى دراسة للوضع الحالي، حيث أنها هي تعتمد على ديسنتراليزيشن وهي في واقع حالي موجود ويجب أن يتم نقاشه على مستويات الإيداع. ومن ثم التوكنايزيشن والذي سيغير من آلية وطريقة طرح الأسهم في السوق الأولي ودرج الشركات الجديدة. المحور الثالث تطوير وتعديل الآليات والتشريعات، فإن من سبل التقدم وتطوير الأسواق المالية هو تعديل التشريعات واللوائح والنظم من أجل مواكبة الأسواق المالية العالمية بما يسمح بطرح العديد من الأدوات الاستثمارية في الأسواق المالية. وعلى سبيل المثال، وكما تم إنجازه في الربع الأول في السنة الحالية، تم تخفيض فترة التسوية من T+3 إلى T+2، فكان ذلك عاملاً مؤثر في الأسواق المالية والسيولة وجذب الاستثمارات الأجنبية. من ثم تفعيل إجراءات الإقراض والاقتراض والبيع المكشوف المغطى، وكذلك تفعيل الأوامر المجمعة، وإنشاء منصة إلكترونية لإدارة الجمعيات العامة للشركات المدرجة والتصويت الإلكتروني، وكان نتيجتها توفير الوقت والجهد وبث المصداقية والثقة. وأخيراً توزيع الأرباح على المساهمين بالنيابة عن الشركات المدرجة من خلال إيداعها في حساباتهم البنكية مباشرة بشكل يرفع الثقة في المستثمرين ويسهل استلامها، وخاصة المستثمرين الأجانب. فإن هدفنا الرئيسي ودورنا هو دفع عجلة التحول في جهات الإيداع، وهو عنصر أساسي في الرؤية الاستراتيجية لأسواق رأس المال في المنطقة. ودعونا في هذا المنتدى نتبادل الرؤى ونتعاون لبناء مستقبلا أكثر تكاملا وازدهارا لأسواق رأس المال في منطقتنا. وفي النهاية أود أن أشكر سعادة الشيخ بندر بن محمد بن سعود الثاني محافظ مصرف قطر المركزي لرعايته الكريمة، وأشكر الحضور الكرام لمشاركتهم في هذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شيخ سيف بن عبد الله الثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لمركز إيداع، شكرا جزيلا على هذه الكلمة والشرح الوافي. حضورنا الكريم، والآن مع كلمة السيد عبد الله جعفر عابدين الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات للبحرين المقاصة، رئيس مجلس إدارة أميدا ونائب رئيس مجلس إدارة منتدى شركة الإيداع والقيود المركزي العالمي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الشيخ أحمد بن خالد آل ثاني نائب رئيس محافظ مصرف قطر المركزي ورئيس مجلس إدارة شركة إيداع، سعادة الشيخ سيف بن عبد الله آل ثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة إيداع، أصحاب السعادة، السادة أعضاء منظمة أميدا، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية بالنيابة عن أعضاء أميدا أود أن أعرب عن خالص امتناننا وتقديرنا لشركة إيداع على الترحيب الحار وتوفير بيئة استثنائية لاجتماعنا 39 من الملتقى السنوي لمنظمات شركات الإيداع والقيد المركزي لدول أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط. أميدا الذي ينطلق هذا العام تحت شعار الذكاء الاصطناعي والاستدامة وأمن البيانات بمدينة الدوحة العزيزة على قلوبنا جميعا بدولة قطر. وتعكس شركتنا مع شركة إيداع التزامنا المتبادل نحو تعزيز الابتكار والتميز في قطاع الإيداع المركزي للأوراق المالية. وبصفتي رئيساً لمنظمة أميدا يسعدني أن أرحب بأعضائنا وضيوفنا الكرام في الاجتماع 39 في الدوحة، وهو حدث هام يسلط الضوء على التزامنا بقيادة الطريق نحو الممارسات الرائدة والمستدامة بيئياً في صناعة لجنة التنمية المستدامة. أيها السادة والسيدات، ينصب تركيزنا هذا العام على دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي والمبادرات الاستدامة في مراكز التنمية المستدامة، مع التركيز القوي على ضمان البيانات والأمن السيبراني. نحن حريصون على استكشاف الإمكانات التحويلية للذكاء الاصطناعي، والذي يعتبر عنصر حاسم في إطار لجنة التنمية المستدامة، وهدفنا الاستمرار في إطلاق مبادرات جديدة تدفع نحو التقدم مع الحفاظ على أمن وسلامة البيانات. كما يعتبر تعزيز أطر التعاون المشتركة بين مختلف الدول والأعضاء هدف رئيسي ومستمر نسعى إليه تحقيقه، مع انتهاج أحدث السياسات الهادفة إلى تطوير خدمات الإيداع المركزي وخدمات ما بعد التداول الذي نحن نسميه Post Trade Services، والمشاركة الفاعلة في المنظمات الإقليمية والعالمية بما يسهم في تطوير الأسواق المالية ومواكبة كافة المتغيرات على النطاق العالمي. وفي ضوء حرصنا على تعزيز تواجدنا في مختلف الأسواق الواعدة ودعم أطر التعاون المشتركة بين الدول، نجحنا مؤخراً في الحصول على التراخيص اللازمة من وزارة الخارجية المصرية باعتبار مصر مقر رئيسي للمنظمة ومركز حيوي يعزز من قدراتنا على تعزيز أوجه التواصل بين مختلف الدول الأعضاء، ويدعم قدراتنا على الربط بين أسواق شمال أفريقيا ومنطقة الشرق الأوسط. وختاماً أود أن أقول أن منظمة أميدا حريصة على تعزيز روح التعاون والانسجام بين أعضائها وتحقيق التكامل والتطوير المستمر بما يسهم في تطوير وإعلاء راية ومكانة كافة الدول الأعضاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السيد عبد الله جعفر عابدين، الرئيس التنفيذي لعمليات البحرية المقاصة، شكرا جزيلا لك على هذه المشاركة. أما الآن حضورنا الكريم، هناك 3 عروض تقديمية يقدمها أو يبدأها السيد غنشم فياز لإيداع قطر وأحدث التطورات، يكون معه لبورصة أنغولا كذلك، ويكون أيضا معه لبورصة زيمبابوي. فليتفضل السيد غنشم فياز. ويلكم.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair. Good morning and greetings to distinguished guests, AMEDA members and senior officials. Welcome to Qatar, welcome to AMEDA, and most important, welcome to IDA. My name is Ghansham Vyas, and I have a challenging task of providing a brief update on IDA account. We operate on a beneficial account structure, so the accounts and the names which we open are in the names of the final investor. In terms of the BSI model, we operate on a BSI model 2, which is shares are settled on gross basis and the funds are settled on net basis. We operate on a pre-funded market, and the funds which are settled as part of the delivery versus payment are done at QCB side. So AMEDA, as the CSD provider, provides an instruction to Qatar Central Bank based on instructions from AMEDA, QCB debit credits declaring participants. In terms of settlement cycle, we have T+2 for all our assets. All assets are traded in Qatari Riyal, cleared in Qatari Riyal, settled in Qatari Riyal, and registered in Qatari Riyal. We also have a DVP process, deliver versus payment process, for our foreign institutional custodian investors. DVP, as part of the projects what we have done recently, is we have made it a real time. The funds settle before the securities settle. And what we've done as a part of our project is to bridge down the gap between the security settlement and the fund settlement. So previously, the fund settlement, there was a big time between the fund settlement and security settlement. So we have tried to bridge the gap and make the delivery versus payment process as real as possible. In terms of collateral management, we have participants, all clearing participants, be it brokers, be it custodians, who need to submit bank guarantees to AMEDA. Bank guarantees are from banks which are regulated under Qatar Central Bank, and unconditional bank guarantee to us. In terms of system, we have NASDAQ as our core systems, and we have several in-house supporting systems. Over the period of time, we have understood the pain points, we've understood the requirements of participants, stakeholders, and based on that, we have created several in-house supporting systems by our own internal technological teams. This is the first part of the presentation where we speak on AMEDA. There are many things to share, many things to inform, but we need to keep an eye on the clock as well. So now we move to the next part, which is to the recent developments which we have done. The first which I would like to speak is cash dividends. But before I speak, I would like to put a thank you note for QFMA, Qatar Financial Market Authorities. They have been the regulators who have given us the mandate to do this. So thank you note for QFMA to allowing us to do this. Also, there's a thank you note for the banks, especially the payment banks who have worked with us effortlessly, very hard in order for us to deliver the cash dividend in time. So a big thank you to QFMA for giving us the mandate, and all participating banks who worked with us in order to deliver us in an effective and an efficient way. So what is the mandate? So the mandate is that from 2024 onwards, the cash dividend process will be centralized. Who is in the center? It is AMEDA who is in the center of the entire process, luckily. So AMEDA, in order to deliver this service, has elected two types of banks. One is the payment bank and one is the self-payment bank. Both the terms are self-explanatory. The payment banks are banks which pay dividend, distribute dividends for themselves as well as other shareholding companies. There are banks who took a decision that they want to pay banks, they want to distribute dividends only for themselves. We have been selective enough. We have selected both multiple banks as the payment banks. We have selected Islamic banks as well as conventional banks to do this. As far as the latest record goes, we have managed dividends for around 40 shareholding companies, and we've handled cash dividends around 27 billion riyals. I'm sure other participants will speak on this, so I will not get into more details in terms of numbers. Another critical thing what we've done is the entire process in a short span of time what we were mandated. We have created a technological hub. Everything what we've done to allow these services to be implemented is been done in-house by our excellent technological team. What we've created is we've created a hub that basically connects three participants. So it connects the shareholding company, it connects the payment banks, and it connects the pledge entities. In order to do it in a more efficient way, what we've done is we have started connecting with our regional CSDs. Some of you might be in the audience. So we have tried to create a regional CSD connectivity where going future, we can do this in a much more effective way for investors who are based out of Qatar and are with regional CSDs. This is to make sure that the final cash dividend is distributed to the eligible shareholders. As part of the technological development, what we've done is we have allowed the investors to use mobile app, use websites, so that they can check their dividend statuses, transaction statuses, without coming physically to IDA. The second development which we would like to share is the reduction of settlement cycle. Again, before I get into this, I would like to give a thank you note for our owners and our friends at QCB for allowing us to implement this in a very nice way. This is to bring efficiency in our capital market. We had a session in AFCM a couple of days, and we were talking about reduction of settlement cycle. It's a hot topic. What we've successfully done is implemented in shortening the settlement cycle from T+3 to T+2. So as of today, all assets which are registered in IDA and traded in Qatar are on a T+2 settlement cycle. Be it equities, be it bonds, be it treasury bills, ETFs, everything is traded on a T+2 settlement cycle. We've taken various steps to improve efficiency in the delivery versus payment process. Initially, the fund settlement used to happen at 11 o'clock Qatar time, and the security settlement used to happen 1:30. So as a part of reduction of settlement cycle and improving the efficiency in the settlement cycle with assistance from our friends and owners at Qatar Central Bank, we have taken forward the fund settlement, brought it to 1. And by the time we receive instructions, confirmations from QCB, we are very close to achieving a real dream DVP process. So there's very little time between when the funds settle and when securities settle. We have taken, again with the permission and approval of our regulators, QFMA, we have introduced a new penalty structure, hopefully to bring in more settlement discipline in the market, which effectively gives a better view for the investors. And being a responsible entity, we have waived off the first month penalty so that the international investors can come and get settled for this. We've introduced various risk management tools to make sure that the delivery versus payment process is smooth and effective for all participants. Going forward, what we've done is on the e-services. As I said, we use Equator as our core settlement system. But over a period of time, we have understood the need for having supporting systems with the very excellent technology team which we have. Thank you, Khalid. We have an excellent technology team. We have understood the pain points where we need. We speak to stakeholders, understand their issues, and based on that, what we've done is we have created a lot of supporting systems. So just, I have around 25 slides on what we've done with e-services, but with eye on the clock, I will just have 2 slides. So for central bank, what we've done is we have a customized Swift message mechanism with the central bank for delivery versus payment on a daily basis. We send instruction to QCB. Since QCB is also the issuer for treasury bills and bonds, in terms of coupon payments, in terms of maturity payments, we interact with QCB and we use this customized application to speak to QCB. For brokers, we have signed a Reliance agreement with our brokers. So what it does is that they can open accounts from their side, they can update their details from their side, they can view their transactions, they can view their fund obligations. We have provided them with an application and they can do that. For custodians, again, we have given an application to our custodian participants. They can view their transactions, they can accept transactions, they can reject transactions based on instructions which they receive from their customers. Further, what we've done is we've introduced a new version where the custodians can submit account opening applications through the software which we have created. So initially, earlier, the custodians were submitting physical documents to open the account, but as a responsible entity, we have discontinued the submission of physical documents and replaced it with the digital. So now the entire process of submitting documents, opening accounts is digitalized. Hopefully, inshallah, very soon, we will be extending this to other submissions also. For listed companies, what we do is we've given them an application where the shareholding companies can go do a restriction on their board members, on insiders. We have an application for EAGM to conduct a digital shareholders meeting. For banks, what we've done is we have digitalized the entire pledge and unpledge process. Again, as account opening, the earlier transaction was being done physically by submitting documents. That has been replaced with digitalized. Now payment banks can provide instructions through digital. Further, as a part of the cash dividend process, what we've done is we have developed an API with all the banks to update the IBANs. For retail investors, we have done a lot. Not everything can be captured in this slide. What we've done is we've developed a mobile application for Android and iOS. The retail investors, instead of coming to IDA's office customer service, they can do an online appointment and then come in order to plan their day properly. We've done plenty for our internal IDA users. We have a complete integration with the payment banks, pledge entities for cash dividend. We've created an online risk methodology, so it helps the customer service, it helps our networking team to do AML screening, especially with the United Nations sanctions list. This is one thing which we would like to discuss is a movable collateral registry. Again, as mandated by our regulators, what we've done is we've been mandated to act as a movable collateral registry for assets, those assets which have been defined as assets within the law. So basically, MCR is just an electronic public database of movable assets that are collateralized. What it does, it establishes a priority of rights at the time of registration. So a potential creditor knows whether those assets have been collateralized earlier and what is the priority list of those investors. It brings in transparency, it brings efficiency to the market, especially for the SME market. And also it protects the right of creditors. Just to give numbers, we've completed the first phase of MCR. We've had around 7,000 registrations in MCR. And the first phase was limited only to corporates and to firms. Mostly law firms have registered. Inshallah, very soon we will launch the second phase where we extend it to individuals and we will link with traffic department to include cars as a movable asset. Thank you very much. Also in this session, we have AMEDA guest from Zimbabwe, and we have from Bodiva of Angola, who will join us digitally. Thank you.
I have the camera on. Can you guys hear me? Okay, nice one. Hello everyone. My name is Nivaldo Matias. I am head of business development at Bodiva. Bodiva is the Angolan stock exchange. I will now give you a small presentation, a resume presentation about Bodiva. Let me just thank the chairman and the person that are there for inviting us to be this important meeting for us. I will try just to. I would like to share the presentation, but you guys are not allowing me to share the presentation. I don't know if you can help me on that. Crystal, I don't know if you can put my presentation on, please. I haven't received any response. I receive now. Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, I will present a slide presentation about Bodiva stock exchange. The presentation will have 5 main points. So I will quickly go to market development and the structure, the market and the CSD statistics, investment opportunities, market challenge and perspectives, and also a slide conclusion about our stock exchange. Starting on the first point, the market development and the structure. Bodiva is almost 10 years in our financial system. Bodiva in 2015 launched the first debt trade on regulated market, on OTC market. On 2015, Bodiva launched the market of trading government bonds, and also we found our CSD, which calls Sevama. On 2018, we had the first corporate bond from Standard Bank, issuing a bond for 5 years with the tax rate of 17%. On 2021, we had the new system for trading and settlement platform. On the first in December 2021 as well, we had the electronic auction, the privatization program that the government has launched in 2019. We did this operation in our market, and on 2022 we have the main active segment, which was the first IPOs on our stock from 2 private banks, Banco BAI and Banco BCGA. And in 2023, we had the first listing for company, which was Senegal, the main oil company in our country. So in terms of segments, the structure of Bodiva, we had the 2 main markets, which is the main market and the OTC market. On the exchange market, we can find the government bonds trading, we can find the DTFs, trading as well, and we also have the stocks segment on the main market. On the OTC market, we have the SME market for small medium enterprise companies, and we have also the bilateral operations, and we have launched the repo, which is the repurchase agreement between the state, which is the debt department, and some commercial banks. In terms of members, we recently had instruction from our regulator to remove the banks for trading. So nowadays, or from the 1st of January, we only have banks for settlement, financial settlements, and we allow only brokers to trade in our market. So we have 16 brokers right now. We have 21 settlement agents, and we have one associate, which is the government, which is the central bank operating. On market statistics, we had a huge trading last year. We achieved $9.5 billion trading in our stock. In this first quarter of 2024, we have $1.4 billion trading. This amount was increased mainly because of the repo market that we launched last year as well. Later on the presentation, I will explain a little bit better about that. In terms of numbers of tradings, we do have a slightly reduction in 2023, mainly because of economic context as well. But even that, we could achieve the biggest number in the level of trading, as I showed in the last slide. So far this year we have 345 tradings at the moment. In terms of custody accounts, as I said at the beginning, because of the new structure of the market, we had to remove some dormant accounts, which were seated on the banks. So the custody accounts now are seated on the brokers. So we had this reduction from 2022 to 2023. A part of that, we still keep 30,000 accounts in our CSD, and we have nowadays 301,000 accounts in our CSD. In terms of volume in the millions, we do have some bonds, 851 million, and for government bonds as well, we have 6,210 bonds seated on our CSD. In terms of trading, the instrument mostly traded in our stock is mainly for government. As I showed here, we have repos trading almost 50% of our market. We do have an index government bonds, which represent 6.36% in terms of trading, and non-indexed bonds we have 38%. So the local currency of mainly is the only currency that we are trading, and in terms of average repo rate is 10% for 28 days. Here on this slide, I would like to show you the result of our first IPOs in our country, in our stock in 2022. We had the Banco Buy, which was oversubscribed, as well as the other bank. Mostly, both of them were oversubscribed. Banco Buy could get, in terms of total raised capital, around $8 million, and Banco Caixa got around $40 million in the first IPO. So I'd like to tell you that those both banks were coming from privatization programs. So the government decided to remove from those banks and decided to do inside our platform, which is the market cap about those two IPOs. Last year they paid dividends around 7.3% and 5% for Banco Caixa. So they are performing very well. So in the last year they increased to Banco Buy 23% and Banco Caixa 70%. Here is the result of Sonangol Oil Company that last year issued a corporate bond, a private bond, that got also amount offered was $90 million.
Recording in progress.
$90 million, and the amount demanded for that particular operation was $101 million demanded at that time. So the tax rate for that bond is 17.5%. The price actually today at that time actually was $12 per bond at that time. In terms of market opportunities, as I said, the privatization program from the government includes a lot of companies related to financial companies, telecommunication companies, transportation, industry, agriculture, and etc. But we also are looking at very close to other companies that might found finance for their activities in the private sector, as well in healthcare, finance, insurance, telecommunication, or even in industry and agriculture. Those companies that are on a problem for privatization are here in this slide. Some of them will start preparing the IPO, started preparing the IPO last year. Others will start this year. And then we can find also Bodiva. Bodiva will be listed late July of this year. We already contract the team for advisory, for financial and legal advisory. So we might be listed in July. We can find here as well our airline company Stag. We can find as well Sonangol, which is the big oil company. We find the biggest telecommunication company as well, which is Unitel. So there's very good companies that might call for opportunities for investment. In terms of requirements, the companies to be listed in our stock, they have to follow and comply with the best international practice. We ask for the vital important information periodically, mainly related to the financial statements and etc. We do have a very active regulator as well that requires those items, which is prospectum, business plan. They also ask for better and the transparent corporate bond, and also the audit financial reports. For international investor in our stock, they have to choose a trading agent registered at our regulator, which is Comissão de Mercado de Capitais, Capital Commission Market. Then they have to open the custody account at Cevama, which is our CSD. Then they open a bank account where he has to transfer the money, and then he can start trading and using the platform of Bodiva to sell and buy through a registry agent any kind of instruments that are available. In terms of benefits, fiscal benefits, we do have a possibility to present some, which is from dividends. For example, a company that are listed at the end of the year, if they share any kind of dividends, they can have a reduction of 50% of value that they gain. And then on the bonds as well, bonds from 3 years, they pay 10% interest rate in fiscal tax. And if it's a bond that is under or over 3 years, it has a reduction on that. On the market challenge, Bodiva has a strategic plan for 4 years, for the next 4 years. They are under 4 main pillars, which is liquidity and diversity instrument. Right now we are very focused on one objective, which is the implementation of the commodity market. We have approved the strategy of implementation. We will start on the spot way, the beginning, and then when we have a CSD, we might have forward deals on our market. As well, on the second pillar, the broadening and the base of investor, we want to increase the promotion of financial literacy, which is one of the main barriers to have a big growth in terms of investments or even in issuance of instruments. We are very focused on that as well. We are trying to promote as well. We are promoting and encouraging the technological solutions to facilitate the market access as well. On the third pillar, we have established of the CSD, which is one of the main objectives of my board at the moment as well. In terms of perspectives as well of market and the main, relating to the main indicators, Bodiva wants to be in the 4 years. We would like to have in our CSD 17.5% of GDP. We want to have at least 12 listed companies, and we want to be, of course, having the commodity exchange market here established as well on our stock, where could get a lot of trading amount in our stock as well. So, and as well as the custody accounts, we want to be, today we are today we have 30,000 open accounts and active investors. So in 4 years time, we'd like to have at least 60,000 accounts on our CSD as well. So just to resume, Bodiva has a fiscal incentives for listed companies and investors. We are trying to promote more issuance of instruments that companies, and when the companies have to, of course, comply with the best international practice, and we are looking forward to see international investors. So I will be available for any question, and thank you for your attention. And once again, thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، سيكون العرض التقديمي الأخير لبورصة زيمبابوي بعد قليل. سيكون بعد العرض التقديمي لزيمبابوي مشاركة من الجمهورية التركية الشقيقة. بعد ذلك سيكون هناك استراحة قهوة لمدة نصف ساعة.
No, just turn.
What does that mean? Is your phone charging? You can put it on my charge because your email is on.
Wakati ndo budget this week. I'm not mbupi wazitare ku zwari ku.
حضورنا الكريم، هناك مشاركة من جمهورية تركيا الشقيقة الدكتور إكرام أركان، مدير تنفيذي وعضو مجلس إدارة شركة المقاصة التركية MKK ورئيس مجلس إدارة الاتحاد اليورو آسيوي لشركات الإيداع والقيد المركزي، فليتفضل مشكورا. تفضل دكتور.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, really very great thanks to the organization. We want to present our thanks and some small gifts to Sheikh Saif Al-Thani, the CEO of AMEDA CSD Qatar, and maybe we can start with him. Thanks a lot. Great thanks. And another great thanks, shukran, to AMEDA, the chairman, Mr. Abdullah Abdin. We want to present our great thanks as also the CEO of MKK from Turkey, and also I have another hat as the chairman of Eurasian Central Securities Depositories. I want to present my feelings for this great organization with another placard to him, please. Lastly, we will be organizing the general meeting and the Istanbul summit for Eurasian Central Securities Depositories. Actually, we were planning it in October for only Eurasian CSDs, but it seems we will be organizing together with AMEDA countries. It will be announced later formally. Maybe we can also give another thanks to Riham for this great organization and for all her help. Thanks a lot. We will be presenting also another small gift to her. Thanks.
Together. So we are looking forward to inviting people to October, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you. Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، بعد هذه الكلمات والتقديم والتعريف، إيداعات مصرفية، أرقام، يمكن دوخناكم شوية. الحين في استراحة قهوة تريحون فيها إن شاء الله، ونكمل ما تبقى إن شاء الله. تفضل دكتور عبد الله، عندك كلمة؟ طيب تفضل دكتور عبد الله.
Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of AMEDA, I'd like to give the sincere appreciation to Sheikh Saif bin Abdullah, as I call him always, my Bu Abdullah. And he looks like one of my nephews, exactly the same. So I love my nephew and I love him too as well. So if you don't mind, Bu Abdullah, I'd like to give you just something very simple. One is from AMEDA, and the other thing is from myself, and I would like to show that thing to the audience if you don't mind.
حضورنا الكريم، تأخرنا عليكم معليش. الحين فترة استراحة القهوة، ومن بعد إن شاء الله نكمل ما تبقى من فعاليات المنتدى السنوي 39 لاتحاد مراكز الإيداع في أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط. فأهلا وسهلا بكم.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming back from the break. My name is Noah George, and I'll be your MC for the rest of the afternoon. So now we are going to speak about Tabadul Digital Exchange Hub Panel. The moderator will be Mr. Samir Aslan, the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange, and he will be interviewing Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdeen, Chief Operating Officer of Bahrain Clear and Chairman of AMEDA. Mr. Abdullah, Mr. Samir, can you please come up? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think I will ask, we agreed actually that he will give me the honor to do the presentation first, and then we will have a good chat towards the second part of this. I think if we have our slides. So before I start, I would like, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. So I've been in the region over the last 6 months. So I'm relatively new in this part of the world. And Tabadul is a very interesting, I will not say project, it's an operating program. So this is actually working today. It's not an idea. And when my current boss, Mr. Abdullah Naimi, the CEO of the exchange, interviewed me and we were talking about the operation, he said, yeah, but we have this thing called Tabadul, which is totally not natural to be happening in an exchange. So I asked him, what is the business value? And that's a key thing. What is the value of having a hub that connects the exchanges, especially in our region? And being part of this region, we've been talking about this as an idea, probably, over the last 20 years. We want to connect our exchanges. So, is there the PowerPoints coming up at some point? Great. So the first thing, fast forward 6 months from that point in time, I was, by the way, at the beginning not so sure if it's like, is it really working? Is it really adding value, etc.? Because we are competing with existing business, which is a broker connecting to each other. Yeah? So what I'll try to do over the next 10 minutes, and I'll try to make it interactive, I'll try to make it interesting, and most importantly, I will put numbers and facts. So this is not, I'm talking about theory or an idea, I'm talking about something that's happening in production today. So the first thing is, what is Tabadul? Let's start with the most simple thing as a definition. And the word Tabadul, as we all know in Arabic, is exchange, like we are exchanging things. So the first thing is, it started in 2022. The whole concept was, this is very young in actual concepts or programs when we're 2 years old. The idea was to connect Borsa Bahrain with ADX. But over the thinking and the implementation, Muscat came along. And then instead of doing one-to-one link, let's create a hub. And that becomes a core to connect more exchanges. The first trade, July 2022. Today, I will show significant progress in the number of orders, trades, volumes happening. And I always keep saying yesterday, the easiest bit of this is the trade. You send order routing goes to the exchange. The post-trade side, what happens with you, ladies and gentlemen, is the most important and the hardest bit. The clearing, the settlement of this activity is the interesting bit. And we have a very, I will say, innovative model. I will try to put it that way. So, it works because the first thing is we don't ask any exchange or settlement or a clearing center to change their business model. Yeah? We might have different business model. If we keep asking everyone, you need to change, people will say, you know what, we don't want to do that. So local exchange rules, like exchanges can have their rules. On the settlement side, you can, and the most clear point, we have a different weekends between Abu Dhabi and, for example, Bahrain, and that still works. International connectivity, we sort everything from a mechanical perspective. So as I said, the technical part, I always say, is the easy part. The change of rules and regulation is the hard part. Why to join Tabadul? These are the real numbers. Today, we have 4 exchanges already in action. Last week, Acetana, AIX went live with us as well. So, and we have CASE, which is Tajikistan. The pipeline is 11 exchanges. My team here, and we have one of our team members, Roda leads the Tabadul membership side. She challenged me the day, 2 days before that. We have 16 actually on our pipeline now. I don't have enough team to run our pipeline anymore, so that's the next one to do. We have 24 listed companies. If you combine all this, 3.8 million investors in the network, if we combine the investors of these exchanges. So this is the key thing. There's no fees. There's nothing payment. People like exchanges to join us. I said yesterday, what's the worst thing can happen? Nothing, because if you don't pay fees, there's no cost. The worst thing is you don't get trades or orders coming in. And the best thing, you get more liquidity. We have more liquidity coming in. We encourage, and of course, large investor base. But yesterday, during the Arab Federation Capital Market Conference, I get challenged by the brokers. Brokers said, like this, you take our business, you will allow the international investors. Yes, of course, that will open up for another type of investors to come in. It will become more competitive. But that's where all the ecosystem, the members need to pick up their games. Yeah, so that's actually, we see that as a good value to bring new competition into the market. Simplicity is the key word. When you get an iPhone, have you ever get a manual with an iPhone explaining how the iPhone works? Because it's so simple. It's built user-friendly. You will get used to it. If we design a framework to be complex, it will never work. It's too long. It takes ages. People get bored. Imagine working with 12 regulators as well, because we will have regulators everywhere. People will get bored. Yeah? So we need to design it in a simple manner. So our approach is 3 levels. In the GCC world, it's even better, because the first level, you need to have the regulators agreeing to create MOUs between each other. So we had that, by the way. We have templates on the regulators level. We have the market agreements between the markets, and of course, markets, post-trade institutes like CSDs, clearings, that need to happen as well. And there, towards the end, members, onboarding members into the platforms. Like a simplified process to onboard members. I will give you an example. In ADX, we had something called remote member, okay? But we had to simplify it further. So literally, to become a remote member via Tabadul, that's easy. It happens everywhere. At least I have 1 million mobile phone. Yeah, but I'm actually clearing and settling in Abu Dhabi. By that, I'm paying money in AED to my member in Abu Dhabi. Yep. And that member does not have even a DMA access to any of the other members. So, is it only trading? That's not good enough, because that's only the start. IPOs, and that's the interesting bit. That's a very recent feature we've added. Over Tabadul, people can reach, for example, the IPO of the other member by choice. The exchange can decide, I want to block it or not. But for example, there is an IPO coming in, a new ETF coming in ADX, for example, or another IPO. An investor sitting in Muscat or in Bahrain, they can participate in that IPO directly. Okay? So that's a most recent feature. We've soft launched November, December, now it's in production. The other one, which we've discussed and we are in the final stages, I got just prior to this session, we got a confirmation, market making. Our market makers will be able to do market making to the other exchanges. So if you have an advanced market maker in one exchange, the other exchanges can benefit from that as well. And I know for a fact some of ADX market makers are extremely interested to operate in the region. There's always this administrative challenge. Sometimes they ask them, you need to open an office. But now with this, they don't need to open an office, because they become a Tabadul remote market maker. Okay? Onboarding, trading, clearing, and settlement. As simple as possible. Yeah, I know maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but honestly, it is that simple. If I talk about the numbers, I will talk first about maybe the full flow, but then I will come to the numbers. So let's take, and this is to get a bit more technical, or some examples on that. And before I go that, any questions, by the way? Let's try to make this interactive. Do we have any questions about what I've said so far? Great, fabulous. So if we have two exchanges, and I can utilize with Mr. Abdullah example here, let's say this is one, it's ADX, and the other one is Bahrain. So, and I have an investor sitting in in Abu Dhabi through a member one, that he can submit that order, goes all the way to the exchange, trade executes, and this is what happens. Now we don't interfere on that side of the fence. Yep, the trades, it hits their clearinghouse. What we do on T+0, like the exchange, the B will have everything available. There are settlement reports, and this is a T+1, and then it generates a T+1 it generates, it's ready for T+0. So they will be able to see everything. When it comes to the fund, and this is the interesting bit, the most interesting bit, to make this, to minimize the risk as much as possible, and that was a challenge at the beginning. And earlier this morning, over breakfast, I was having a chat with one, hopefully, potential exchange that will join us. They need to be able to guarantee the clearing and settlement. They don't want to have risk in their markets. Yeah? So what we do, we deploy funds in that country. So literally, we open a bank account. If I take Kazakhstan, for example, we opened a bank account, we moved funds there, just in case. We totally avoid this overnight transferring money over the cross-border or over, between these countries. So we have funds there, deployed there, that works for all the clearing activities, yep. So from an exchange A perspective, I have no problems on this side, yep. Now, because it's a buy activity, that investor sitting in the other country, now, if I continue there, it was that order executed, it goes all the way to the exchange, to the broker, to the actual investor toward the end. On this side of the fence, actually that investor need to pay money in their local currency right there. Yep. So even the exchange rate issues, and that's already part of the platform resolved. The model was designed for growth. It's not designed to create a one-to-one link. When we had discussions with many of our, I will not say predecessor, other, let's say, initiatives, projects, some of them on the east side of the globe, yeah, and it's in production, but then when they looked into our model, they were a bit surprised. Even I was surprised that deploying of the funds, yes, it has costs, but it actually makes the overall process extremely simpler. The other thing I want to iterate, and because that's the biggest hurdles, yeah? Let's test this. I'm more than happy to do a test with any clearing and settlement with any exchange. We can do the onboarding. We are not mandating or requesting a change of process. We can adjust if needed, yeah? But the most important part, to avoid that FX transfer, I've already talked about this, we will operate a settlement fund, or we call it a settlement buffer, in each exchange. We have a team, I just want to mention that. We have a team actually centrally just to monitor this activity. We have people, they don't do anything else within Tabadul other than when the trade happens, that clearing and that settlement activity and all the movement of funds between the members and across the countries, it's happening smoothly. These are the numbers because I kept getting these questions. How much volumes you get? Like, there's not much activity. And one of people came to me and he said, I opened the website, there's barely like few orders coming in. Yes, of course. And I don't want to quote anyone, but if we just look into the stats of China Connect in the very, very, very early days, at the beginning, yeah, they didn't have that volumes and activities. The hardest bit is not the technical bit to link exchanges. Investors sitting in Abu Dhabi have no clue of the value of the companies listed in AIX, in Asitana. It's the companies need to promote their value, to talk about their stories. So what we are planning to do on this specific part is roadshows between the exchanges which are members. We'll bring the firms to tell their stories, yep, in the other part of the world or in the other countries. However, these numbers tell you key thing. This is our Q1 2024. And I'm comparing year to date, Q1 2023, it's the first bar chart, and Q4. So if I'm comparing 1 year ago, that's the number. You see it's less than 20,000 from a growth there. And the other stats, trades. Orders are orders, yeah, but then the trades. This is less than 2 years. Like imagine you are launching a hub or an exchange. This is less than 2 years. So Q1, barely any trade volumes, barely any trade values. And then you see Q4, then this is where we are in Q1. We of course hope with more people joining us, more exchanges. And here I will use one story. So again, 7 months ago, I was based in London. I was living in London. I was working, my last career was in one of the tier 1 investment banks. So I'll mention something happened around me, I would say. There was this major investor interested in specifically 2 companies in one of our regional exchanges. The challenge that overall the front desk, the cost of establishing an operation, because they don't offer that exchange before. The cost of setting an operation, because if you want to trade it, you need to surveil it, you need to run a whole operation, you need to run the whole risk, etc., etc., etc. And even establishing a third, like a trading, it was relatively high, I would say. And then at the end, there was this decision, we should not offer this. Let's give an alternative investment opportunities for the investor. So that can happen every time. Okay. Now imagine the thing, when we go to our international big investors and we offer them, connect to the hub, yeah, we come to you as one big unified group. Yeah. From an operational perspective, once you are a member in one of the exchanges on the hub, through that membership, you can become a remote member everywhere. Yeah, like it's extremely simplified. Like our value propositions and how we present ourselves will be extremely bigger. At least that's what I believe in as well. So with that, I think I run out of slides and I run out of facts, but I will definitely open it up for some questions first. Okay, please. No, here's a mic.
Yeah, hi. So what is to stop this from being a global platform, Tabadul? I mean, you're open, right? You say you have 12 pipeline. But is there anything preventing it from becoming a global platform?
Well, I hope so, but that's so ambitious. I'm a very realistic person. I would say on the technical side, like I will not bother a lot of people on technicality, but I will start with something. Because it was simplicity and we were not so sure at the beginning, we start from a technology perspective with not so complicated upscaling. However, when we started seeing the activity and the market maker made it a very big challenge because they have an expectation of the order per seconds per minute, how the ratios will work, we had to upgrade the platforms again. I don't think there's any prohibitor to become a global platform. I think at the beginning we are prioritizing, like there is so much synergies, yeah, and so much alignment if you look into the regions. Yeah, I think one of the challenging is as well is understanding the model, just explaining the model, because like I've been in meetings where people just block me in the first 5 minutes saying, we have a problem, or there's an exchange rate where our exchange, our currency fluctuates against the dollars, how you solve this. I don't want my dollars to be leaking out, etc. It depends. However, I keep saying there is a business resolution and technical resolution to each one of them when we start tackling them. I don't think there is a prohibitor, but I think the regional mid, and by region it's not only here, we've seen a strong appetite. So we have Kazakhstan, we have Tajikistan, they already signed. We've been in Uzbekistan, we've signed an MOU, it's public, yeah, where that MOU paved the way for them to join this. For example, in some of that part of the world as well, even heading west a bit, we have a very strong pipeline. Of course, our brothers and partners in the region, they are definitely part of that. I just want to highlight one thing, and yesterday our brother from Muscat talked about it. Sometimes it takes time to change regulation, even with the will to change that regulations.
Yes.
Like the CEO, for example, of Muscat Stock Exchange, he was like spearheading all that change with the regulator to allow, for example, the market makers. That took 6 months, 3 months. It's doable, but it will take time. Yeah. So I hope we will be the international one first, but realistically, I would like to be in this region first.
Can you share the name of the other pipeline? You mentioned 3.
Unfortunately, not yet at this stage. However, in the news, there were multiple announcements from exchanges talking about changing their rules to enable international connectivity. I can't share more, but I would say, hopefully, by end of this year, like we will be able. I think we have a very strong pipeline with people very close to our. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the settlement process. So your example between Abu Dhabi and Bahrain that you were running through, how is the DVP actually coordinated? Is that across the platform, or are they settling independently with no DVP?
Very good question. So on the DVP side, we are in that progress. Custodians today are not fully supported yet. However, like I think within the next 2 months, we will be able to add the custodian and the DVP models into this. Yeah. So I will be straight to the point. We don't have it. We have a roadmap where we want to move because there is some technical changes. This is a simple model. There's some technical changes into the validations and the delivery, etc. for that.
So follow-up question, is the plan to actually have each CSD open an account with their peer CSDs for direct settlement in each other's systems?
There is some stuff like that, yes.
Okay.
And by the way, just another one on that note, other than the DVP, we've talked about the DVP, we've talked about, yes, we do support even from a trading perspective and like for the members not to have either an omnibus account, so they don't need, or like, for example, some exchanges, they don't accept that. They need to mandate. So the two models are accepted here as well. And I think if you have an omnibus account and that member is already like using a custodian, that facilitates one side of it. But again, that to be delivered. But we do support the omnibus account, even on the IPO level in some exchanges. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions regarding the CSD side of this beautiful solution that maybe can be clarified.
Yeah, of course.
Now we have term of the settlement cap and our credit limit at the trading side that has to be set based on like funds being delivered.
100%. I know the problem because I've get the same question many times. So in some exchanges in this region, we have what we call this trading limit. Yeah, so, and you need to set that at the CSD level for that specific member.
Yeah.
So now you need to think about, this is CSD to CSD. We get a confirmation from, for example, and very recently we had one of these cases, we say, this member is very interested to trade with us. Let's take an example, let's say they are sitting in Bahrain. Yeah? So keep in mind, this is a trust exchange to exchange, CSD to CSD agreement. Yeah? So we will talk to our, for example, peers in the CSD in Bahrain Clear. We will say, based on the member request, the member will say, I want, let's say, 100,000 trading limit. Yeah. From our perspective, as long as they confirm to us 100,000 trading limits, there is a configuration page. Like again, I just want to be super clear because that's a challenge. We don't manage everything. So let's assume in Bursa Bahrain, they will have access to the admin of their own trading control. Yeah, so they will set the kind of the limits. They can define which shares are traded. You can't choose not to trade everything. This is only the things which are allowed to trade. There is another thing on the ownership, by the way. Some companies you can't allow foreign ownership more than 25%, 49%. You can set that limit, and then the system will even reject the order, not allowing it to come in. So first of all, we need a formal communication because there should be a formal letter, email communication saying for this member, here is what we are covering it for. Yeah? So, and then the other exchange will set the trading limit based on that.
Yeah, but now on the broker side, since we are talking about international brokers that are connected to the Tabadul platform, and this setting the limit per broker, and maybe some exchanges are applying the what is called the margin calls and all these. So how we can apply those requirements on the broker level using the platform itself? Is it available or?
Okay, so this is the list of names. I hope to have the big, for example, ones here. It's still not there. Hopefully it's in progress. We don't have yet in production the model where we have like the active communication or like, here is your margin for today automatically. However, it's definitely doable. Yeah, because we have it in our exchanges. Yeah? Like we are in process to launch our CCP, etc. So it's definitely doable. I don't have that in production because it was not required yet. Okay. Yeah? All the exchanges we connected to, they are not doing that yet. So I don't have, let's say, this is how it will work for the CCP margin communication. However, in that example that I showed, where there is a Tabadul settlement buffer account, yeah? And because that account is acting on behalf of the other country members, that can be set as the aggregated account in which you will be deducting all your margin maintenance, etc. Yep, that's one of the suggested options that we are discussing internally, because it's happening like on daily basis, but then the member on the other side will be able to fill in the funds automatically. So fast forward. This is a bit slow, sorry for that. It's taking a bit time. So in this model, that buffer fund on the left side can become the fund in which you as an exchange deal with all your margining on that side. And then the member on this side need to refill their funds on this side, yeah? And then what Tabadul will do will rebalance things when it needed, because we will have enough cash deployed already in the other country.
So at the exchange or CSDs level itself, will consider Tabadul as a clearing member or settlement participant, for example, or?
Tabadul is not a financial institute by itself, but the agreement that we have with the exchanges and with the clearing and settlement member will allow us to operate. To simplify it, if you think about it, as if we are clearing member, but we are not general clearing member. We are doing the clear like that just for the members coming through the platform. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. But you are, from a mechanical perspective, you're right.
Okay. One more technical question, let's say. Is it like a cloud-based solution or?
Let's take that separately because that might take us half an hour.
Thank you.
By the way, it's an open invitation, of course, for the relevant participants. More than happy to show you real-time demo, like with our technical team. I will not take the credit for everything. I've been 6 months here, yeah, so we have a full technical team can run the whole demo for you. Okay. If there's no more questions, I would like to invite Mr. Abdullah just to give your remark, your observation, because this is actually from like I will not say even a practitioner. He is like a professional SME in the topic, and he was partner with us from the early stages.
Thank you, Sagir. It's good that you did the action part, because the audience would like to see Brad Pitt more than Robert De Niro. Sorry for that. So if you allow me, Sheikh, to do the comedy is done, I'll do the drama part of Tabadul Hub. As a matter of fact, it was in December, and we got a call from the CEOs, both Bahrain Bourse and ADX. They asked for a quick meeting, and we have Mr. Mohamed Mheri also. He attended the meeting. We went to the meeting, CEOs in the same room. They said, we have a project, we need to connect both stock exchanges. At that point of time, we had to respond. And we know that every trading platform and clearing system would take between 1.5 to 2 years. Correct me, Faisal from Nasdaq, we have him also here. Then when the discussion was there, I remembered in 2007, I was attending one of the AMEDA meetings in one of the Arabian countries. I came back, my CEO called me, he said, you came from a clearinghouse where they have an EIPO. Why we don't have it? I told him, no way. I was with the CEO. He didn't tell me. I pick up the phone. I call him. Why you didn't tell me that you have an EIPO? He said, we don't have EIPO. I told him, there's an announcement in newspapers. He said, yes. We have the subscription form as a PDF on our website. The subscriber has to print it, fill it, go to the bank. So it was online, and they called it EIPO. So Tabadul Hub, 2 years, didn't went through the approvals. At the same time, both CEOs, they said, you have 6 months to have this done. We will have all of the support. Regulation was the most challenging, as I said, technical possible. However, the regulation, we had the full support from all of the regulators. The only part would be a little bit more challenging is that the omnibus part of it. We know that the statistics were not encouraging. Maybe omnibus would be one of the issues that we need to resolve. The other part would be we need to do more outreach. We know that along with the 11 or 12
we are even 16 now.
The regional clearinghouse and stock exchanges are joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Lunch is served outside. It's a lunch buffet, so if you want to grab it and just come back in, and we will actually start, given that we ended a little early, we'll start at 1:30, the next session. Okay, thank you, and enjoy the lunch. I just want. Yes, please. Please. Gonzalo. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can have everybody just have a seat so we can start the panel, it'd be great. All right, so we wanted to, shake things up a little bit to make sure you haven't slept after the lunch. So we're shifting the session. We're going to do what is the likely impact of generative AI on CSDs. And we're very excited to have Mr. Gunsal Tapash, former regional head of custody, Middle East and Africa at Citibank. Mr. Gunsal.
So I would also like to say Salamun Alaikum before I start. And I know this is after lunch. I know everyone is full, and I have the task of not making you sleep. I hope I will be able to manage that and take it through that challenge. At least the topic is quite interesting, and I'll do my best around that. AMEDA is special to my heart, first of all, because not only I am originally born in a CSD, I worked for 10 years for Takas Bank, the Turkish CSD and clearinghouse, and now CCP. Before MKK was born, whilst I was in my role there, and we have colleagues from MKK, and already we've seen the exchange of the gifts. My work at the CSD actually pulled me onto the other side of the table after 10 years, and I have been working for Citi, started in Turkey. I'm originally Turkish. And I managed Turkey, then Middle East, North Africa, and Middle East and Africa. A wide region for our local custody, extending from Morocco to Pakistan, from Kazakhstan to South Africa, which gave me the opportunity to continue working with most of our colleagues across the capital markets infrastructure, whether it be regulators, whether it be the CSDs, CCPs. It has always been a privilege. And maybe you have noticed that I was announced as former, and yes, today officially I'm former Citi the executive manager, and I will be looking forward to new opportunities, and I am sure we will continue working together, and I'll be looking forward to attend new AMEDA meetings as we move forward. So why me for an AI topic where probably we have much more competent speakers on the topic than me? Probably because first, as I mentioned, I was born in a CSD. Then I worked on the other side of the table for a global bank for almost 20 years. And my last few years have been predominantly focused, personally driving the agenda within Citi in the region for the digital assets, tokenization, custody of these, which obviously related with fintech, blockchain, and AI, inevitably. And also from an educational perspective, I think that is also a bit related to me because I'm a computer engineer by bachelor's degree, then had my master's in international finance and banking, then led into corporate finance, PhD. So if anyone wonders what's the PhD about, it is on corporate finance. And sometimes my wife, when she mentions that I'm Dr. Topbaş, she's congratulated that it's always good to have a doctor in the family. and she always blushes on her cheeks when she's receiving that comment. So without further ado, I would like to move on. Of course, we first need to make a definition for the artificial intelligence, right, in every presentation. And this is simply a technology that enables machines to human behavior and intelligence. So when you think about it, it is actually something that would copy us, and that would be at least something that would be close to our skill set, right? That was, I think things started to do that, more for the robotics side of it. But when we think of the capacity, because as humans, we are biological mechanisms, right? And for our survival nature, the evolution gave us the gifts of storing limited data, otherwise we would have been overflown, and limited processing power, otherwise we would be brain burnt. But the machines are yet not biological machines. So that's why we also feel the threat that when and if the machines could take over, because of the vast data that they can process, and because of the huge processing power they even have today, and it's not the end of the technological advancements. It keeps moving with faster processing towards quantum, which is another interest of mine, and anyone who would like to have a chat, I'll be happy to talk on that. So what are the components of AI when we talk about artificial intelligence? First of all, machine learning. And machine learning is not a concept of today. It has been there almost like 30 years. And it talks about algorithms that learn from and make predictions based on data, right? And that is quite something that has always been in our lives. And from an experimental perspective, that has been also academically worked and also used in the professional world. And then we were informed about the natural language processing, which is more the user interface for us with AI. If you think of AI sitting in a machine there, how are we going to relate and communicate with this huge, vast data processor? It's the natural language processing capability of this machine that can actually talk in our language and communicates with us accordingly. So that's how we use AI on a personal level today over the, for example, ChatGPT. And comes the robots, and use of robots is also not new. And mechanically and some rudimentary tasks have already been done by robots in the, obviously in the industry. But when you add AI into the robots, then that becomes something else. Then those robots have become humanoids, as it has been called, not yet biological, but maybe even semi-biological. But that is also something that is evolving together with AI. And altogether, it is then the fourth element is the predictive analysis, because with the statistical algorithms that the AI can process the huge data, and with the machine learning techniques that are being employed, then there is something happening to predict the future, right? In my culture, there are some very talented people who can predict the future from the coffee cup after you drink your Turkish coffee with the residuals, right? And this one, I think, is more reliable. because it's the vast data that none of us is able to individually process. And it then comes up with the predictions. And those predictions and the likelihoods that are being put forward for us, for our use, personal and institutional, I will be touching base on their use as of today. Of course, the use cases are endless, but we will be touching base on, from our point of view, finance, security services, and post-trade. So evolution in finance from an AI perspective, it's from the simple automations into very complex decision-making systems, and every one of us in a different stage on this. So we cannot say anyone is totally manual today, other than some indigenous, non-touched tribes somewhere on Earth. Everyone has some form of automation, and every institution. And from there up to these very complex decision-making systems, there is a scale that we are sitting on at this very moment that we will all also be progressing further together. Then the next is the use of AI in the financial industry. As I tried to actually summarize these use cases. First, risk management. I think this is also having worked for a global bank with a very, very strict regulator and pushing for the highest standards of risk management, and having already hired armies for the risk management processes. Detecting the irregular patterns and predicting the future risks is so much important, and it is very, very least likely to be done by any human or team capabilities because of the vast amount of data that AI can process. Second is the operational efficiency, and last 2 days at the Arab Federation of Capital Markets meetings, and today I think Sakir already mentioned the KYC and the documentation requirements. So we are heavily under huge amount of operational tasks and overhead, which can easily be done by the artificial intelligence. So that is somewhere where, for example, the banks, including my former employer, has been employing this to, utilizing this for the KYC checks, for instance. So these are the initial use cases by the financial industry. Then anomaly detection. This is interesting because here we have not only irregularities detected, but also fraudulent activities that has been predicted in a much faster and accurate manner that any human wouldn't able to process. And I actually experienced something similar on this line, and that was heavily published, so there's no matter to share the name. It was about Danske Bank a few years back, about some dodgy fixed income activities around the world, and particularly in north of Europe, which I wouldn't give the name of the country now. And I was in that country, that was also under my responsibility. And when it hit the headlines, of course, a bank like Citi becomes on its toes and everyone runs everywhere to grab data, information, and then question what has happened, did you know about it, things like that. It wasn't possible to know about it because we were a simple custodian, we were simply a custodian in that process, processing client instructions, and everything is legitimate and you have no responsibility in also checking those. But with the data that is being processed, and I actually personally worked on that data, and found out that on 3-4 levels, if that was put into, for example, AI today, it would have been identified easily. But only with hindsight, after things hit the headlines, and when you go back and look into the trends of the client transactions, then you can identify. It was evident because Danske total transactions over a period was like quadruple of when you total all the other international brokers. So what is the likelihood of this to happen in normal times, right? It is very, very least likely. At least we should have, if we were detected that, we should have gone back and asked, are these like real transactions, because you are instructing us something really, really big volumes. And then the customer service, this is where not only institutional, but also on the personal side, we are the users. Chatbots, they are available 24/7. And depending on the sophistication of the AI processing that they use, of course, we receive different services or different level of services. Of course, our expectations are always high. I'm not sure whether it always matches our expectations. But on the institutional side, as we will also shortly see, I think it is also important for the CSDs to use AI on the customer service, especially when the retail investors have an access to the CSD systems. Getting into the security services, it's a little bit more drilled down now. First, of course, the trading part of the securities industry, forecasting the market trends and movements and making investment decisions, right? This is where AI and, as we will see, algorithmic trading have been used. But with the power of AI now, these algorithms are able to execute the best at the best time, at the best price, and they maximize the efficiency. I diplomatically used efficiency here, but also maximize the profitability, right, on the expense of other investors. So it is not only one step, but many more steps ahead of others who are able to utilize this AI into their trading mechanisms. Along with that comes the security, and this is one topic that our colleagues from Thomas Mary will be speaking tomorrow. But it's more and more we keep hearing, and more we talk about it. People are interested, and then they walk away without wanting to talk about it, because it is something very, very delicate topic, and it is very, very technical topic. But when you think about where we are heading also with regards to digital assets, digital wallets, on top of what the hackers can do today, then you really need much more sophisticated algorithms and the usage of AI to be able to provide more secure systems and enhance your cybersecurity accordingly. Then comes regulatory compliance. I think this is also to the heart of the securities services providers, including custodian banks, including CSDs, and every player in this ecosystem, because we are subject to our local regulations and to an extent global regulations. And these regulations keep changing. And if you think of a compliance officer or a team sitting in any financial institution in charge of making sure we are compliant, yes, we are compliant, but in a world where things are changing so fast, and the terminologies, definitions, concepts are also keep changing, and then you have your procedures and processes on one end, how are you going to be able to make sure 100% you are actually matching those and coming up with the right convictions of that you are compliant or not? So AI, usage of AI is another very important aspect in this regulatory compliance respect within the securities services industry. Now moving on to specifically our industry and the CSDs. Of course, I cannot start without reminding, and although everyone knows by heart, the critical role of the securities, central securities depositories, that keeping the records of the transactions and ownership first and foremost, ensuring the efficiency and security of the securities transactions, settlement, and the record keeping, and therefore the importance of accuracy of all these at all times. And as we all know, errors, and we are actually willingly taking those responsibility on behalf of our markets, that errors can lead to significant losses, both financial and can also lead into legal complications. So this is a huge task and huge responsibility for the CSDs that we are carrying out. What might be the practical and what are actually the practical usage of AI enhancements? Of course, starting with the automation, transaction processing, and everything should start from there. And we are already in that process. It is more of a thinking of AI and talking about and having our discussions around how to implement. But obviously, usage of AI at the very basics will reduce the errors in the systems. Then, predictive settlement. This is very important because what we are trying to do is to manage the settlement and prevent failures. That's why all these mechanisms of guarantee funds, collateral margining, and everything is in place. So if you can detect if there might be a settlement failure, and if you can take an action to minimize that default risk, and if it is at real time on your table that has been informed to you, then that is something different than taking an action afterwards to cover the default and to try to make it for the market and for the related parties. Client interaction and support. As I mentioned earlier, the chatbots. Some of our CSDs have retail access. I know by heart, for example, Pakistan CSD have branches all around the country to deal with the investors. And that's a perfect fit for that kind of a CSD to use a chatbot so that you don't necessarily have this physical presence and you don't necessarily deal with the manual processes related to that. And I'm sure there are CSDs in this region also having some form of client engagement with the retail. And that is perfectly to be used also with your members, however you call them, either members or clients. Obviously, it depends on how your legal agreements. Then document management. So in our part of the world, as most of our investor accounts are beneficial ownership, then there is huge processing of ID documents to the list, establishment documents, all kinds of investor documents that need to be processed from the custodian to the CSD. So this is such a use case, viable use case for us for the document processing. So that AI would help us to minimize all these mismatches and then all these revert backs, back and forths, and the time lag to open accounts and to establish relationship. Because often, my experience as a custodian, investors come into a market and want to have an account tomorrow, right? That is when they see the opportunity, they want to act fast, but the world was not working that way. But the world can work that way now with the use of AI as a powerboat. So what we can talk about in the future, I was not here before? I was? Okay, then. Okay, I'm relieved. Sorry. So what we can then predict for the future use of AI in the CSDs. So the prediction becomes with the predictive technologies because certainly, as we've discussed, we can use AI for our risk assessment and risk management. Right? That is a powerful tool for us. And is AI totally stripped of any difficulties? Is it totally sterile? Is it something that we can really jump on? Not necessarily so either, because there are certain technological, certain ethical, and certain practical challenges. I think technological is quite evident. It is the access to the technology, it's the faster development of technology and which kind of AI, whether it is in-house, outsourced. But then more important is the ethical considerations, because we were chatting with Yasir earlier today that in a world where the data, just think about ChatGPT. I'm using ChatGPT. Sometimes we also have some arguments. And it needs to be also convinced, interestingly, as a human behavior. I'm sure you also have the experiences. But the data loaded onto ChatGPT eventually is the source of predictions, convictions, and the interpretations and the comments that it will produce back to you, right? So it is very important ethically what kind of data is being uploaded. And it is really fair to the whole world. It is really something that is inclusive. It is really touching the diversity for everyone. It is really fair in its comments. It's really unbiased in its comments. It's very, very difficult to secure this. I don't think that individually we will be able to do that, none of us, but it is something for us to be aware. And I'm sure there will be certain qualification methods for those, for certain AI providers that we will be using to ensure that ethical nature. And it also then not only this more philosophical, but also with regards to data privacy, which everything is now with ChatGPT. If you're asking questions and putting some personal information there, it's now there somewhere that you don't know where, right? Where we are talking about data privacy and this decision transparency for the reasons that I've just touched base. So the case studies I mentioned here are from public space, and it may be obviously even more. But this morning we heard from Sheikh Hamad bin Khalid, chairman of EDA, that they have been implementing or discussing to implement AI in EDA in a responsible way. I think that is, and that was a perfect comment for all these ethical considerations. We cannot walk away from AI. We have to consider the usage of it, but that also needs to be in a responsible way. Now, Nasdaq market surveillance, I'm not sure Faisal is here to comment, but there is, and as we would also expect, a real-time data analysis to spot and investigate suspicious trading activities. I think this is for the stock exchanges. It will be more of a no-brainer and a standard practice. And Straight from South Africa also is in the process of implementing AI to enhance the efficiency and security of the post-trade processes, including their risk management and compliance. As I am also aware, Straight is a highly advanced and progressive company that has also been very much into these topics with their also former CEO that some of you may know, Monica Singer, has been in industry for some time. So this is not surprising, but I'm sure there are many more examples which is not yet in the public space. If anyone wants to share any from their own knowledge for the case studies. Okay. Now, my humble conclusions and recommendations. So it's a simple no-brainer that AI provides significant potential, right? No one will walk away from this hall to say that AI is nonsense. It is important. It's something that we have to employ for further efficiency, further accuracy, and further security in the CSD systems and operations. But there are two crucial elements. It's also a no-brainer. It's very simple when you talk about it, but when you actually dig without data, healthy data that is being fed in, and without the processes, and those processes is not standalone processes, it's your own processes, it has to be in collaboration with other automation systems that you employ or outsource or integrate, and with also the human interaction. Because in the end, we're not talking about robotic CSD systems. There will always be humans, hopefully, at least this salon hopefully will retire. There will be people needed in these systems. Joke aside, There will be different competencies needed, and humans will always be needed, but it seems it will be more needed on how most efficient use of AI. So there will be obviously phased integration that we talk about it, but on the human side, I think it is very, very important, as most people, first, these are only hype keywords or like Google words for them. If you talk about either AI or blockchain or whatever we talk about, luckily metaverse is off the table. That was also one of those Google words up until recently. But when it comes to talking about it, when it comes to using these, when it comes to having ideas, suggestions, creativity, then we need our people to be more competent in these topics. So we have to train them, we have to have them the interest into these topics, and therefore make them adapt to this new era of using AI. And then I can only conclude by saying that we have to embrace AI. We have to collaborate with each other in our own institutions, within the industry, and with our partners. We need to keep experimenting, and we need to keep innovating and implement this for the further efficiency and effectivity of our institutions. I would like to thank you all for bearing me so far. I hope no one slept. As far as I see, I have done at least one task of the job is done. No one is sleeping. Thank you very much, and I look forward to keeping in touch with all of you. And hopefully in my new journey, our paths will cross. Thank you.
All right, we're moving right along, which is early, which is fantastic. I'm going to ask Mr. Stuart Turner, Director of Avenir Technology Limited, to join me and on stage, if he is here. I'm trying to see, yes, okay, great. And he is moderating a session on how to determine CSD fees with Mrs. Sarah Taraunah, CEO of SDC Jordan, Mr. Saleh Aruglu, Director of Project Management Office, CSD and TR of Turkey, and Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri, CEO of CSCS Nigeria. Please join me on stage. Thank you.
So good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So this panel is to discuss the really important subject of CSD fees. I would have delighted this panel, I'd seen it 10 years ago, because before I became an IT guy, I actually set up two CSDs, new CSDs, and I remember the interminable conversations we had and the hours spent agonizing over CSD fees. So we're going to discuss that, and we're very keen on audience participation, so if you have any questions at any time, please don't hesitate to ask them. There's a roving mic, I believe. So I will start off. The panel has been introduced. So I'd like to start off with you, Salah. And for each of the panelists, explain the relationship between the CSD and the exchange or the regulator, and then just briefly describe the CSD fee structure and the rationale for it. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Very glad to be among this very distinguished team of guests. I'm so proud. I would like to thank as well AMEDA of Qatar for their hospitality and for the arrangement. My name is Sarah Taraune. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Securities Depository Center of Jordan. And thank you, Stuart, for raising that very sensitive question. Indeed, because there has always been, I mean, we're all depositories, almost all depositories here in this venue, but there has been always a continuous struggle between depositories and other entities, especially the exchanges, Stuart, in relation to how the fee structure should be settled or how it should be organized between these two institutions. And I believe the starting point that we should highlight on is how CSDs were established. Were they basically separate entities, corporations, or were they part of the exchanges? And that's, I believe, the main obstacle when it comes to all depositories being, from inception, part of the exchanges as departments within the exchange itself. And then when they separated from the exchange, which is really crucial for depositories to do, this is where the crucial part related to dealing with the fee structure becomes a struggle, because exchanges tends to feel that this is their fees, their structure of the fees, and then they give you a small part. This is where you, although I do realize that both entities complement each other in terms of what needs to be done. When you sit and start to decide the fee structure for any organization, you have to take things into consideration like the risk you assess, the risk you take. And we all know that depositories are the risk-taking agencies in the capital markets because they run the collaterals, they deal with membership, they have the clearing and settlement process. Of course, I'm not underestimating the exchange's operations and tasks, but however, there are a lot of things to be done on the depository side, and this is where it's really important to set the fee structure base taking into consideration the risk depositories take. So there are a lot of a vast area of fee structure that should be targeted for CSDs. And just a word of advice coming from my experience on this topic, because we're still struggling with the exchange at the Jordanian capital market in relation to how fees should be split between the exchanges and the depositories. Try to label your fee based on what you do specifically, because one of the major obstacles that I faced, or we faced at the depository, was related to the label of the fees. So the bylaws stated that depositories charge for, they call it trading commissions, and this is not basically trading. You need to be really clear that the fees that you get as depositories are more related to this clearing and settlement process that you do, and this is really hectic for depositories. It's really a risk-taking operations. On the other hand, there are a lot of, I wouldn't say tariff list, but a lot of fees that depositories can charge for, starting from the record keeping, starting from the membership fees. It's really important for depositories to be able to always, at all times, maintain their financials and not basically just rely on the volume of trades that happens on the capital market. So in Jordan, for example, we charge for the membership. We have members of public shareholding companies, financial companies, service companies like brokers and custodians. So we charge fees based on the capital of each public shareholding company or financial brokerage firm. This is on one side, and this is rather sustained, I would say, but the other side is more related to the clearing and settlement process that we do, and this is, as you all are aware, is linked to the volume of trades that happen on the exchange. So this fluctuates and it differs from one time to another depending on the exchange's performance. So you need to have two types of fees to be able to maintain your operations and to be able to maintain your financials. One would be really stable, the other would also fall under that direction. And if I may add to that, I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time, but this is a topic I find really sensitive and important for CSDs to be able to understand. On the other hand, you have to have another set or another structure for certain type of fees to be charged for in return to value-added services that you provide, whether to all your stakeholders, whether members or whether investors. So if you have any special value-added services, it would be really beneficial for depositories also to rely on such services and charge fees for. And this is something you need to take with cautious as well. So I'm going to stop here and
thank you very much. You are passionate.
Yeah.
Salih, you want to explain the structure in Turkey and the basis of the fee structures? Okay. I think we have a slide.
Yeah, we have a slide I had sent 1 hour ago. Okay. Okay. First of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be with such esteemed community and panelists. My name is Salih Eroğlu. I am PMO Director. Okay, the second slide, please. Okay, thanks so much. Borsa Istanbul Group consists of 3 companies, and MKK is a group company of Borsa Istanbul. These 3 companies are legally separated. They are separate legal entities. One of the companies is Borsa Istanbul Stock Exchange, and it is the market operator, as you know. The other one is Central Country Part, CSP. We call it Takas Bank in Turkish. The other one is MKK, Central Securities Depository and Trade Repository of Turkey. Beyond the traditional approach, we provide custody services for the Turkish Mercantile Exchange also. Due to our registry role for electronic warehouse receipts for agricultural products like wheat, corn, olive, cotton, hazelnut, sunflower seed, we have a relation with Turkish Mercantile Exchange also. Electronic warehouse receipts are traded on the Turkish Mercantile Exchange, and transfer of electronic warehouse receipts between investment institutions and holders are carried out through our system, MKK system. Our regulators are Capital Markets Board and Central Bank of Turkey are our regulators. And I can briefly explain about the omnibus links we have. According to our account structure, we have omnibus links with foreign CSDs. One link is with Austrian CSD, and by this link, Austrian issuers companies' equities are dual listed in Borsa Istanbul Stock Exchange, and there is an omnibus link with Euroclear Bank and Azerbaijan CSD also. Okay, the second question, European Union's financial market operator ESMA indicates that CSDs shall offer their services on a reasonable commercial terms. In accordance with ESMA's indications, our fees are evaluated and approved by the Turkish Capital Markets Board. Fee calculations are made according to parameters like, as you can see, capital market instrument type. It's in the left side according to audience. Member type and transaction type. And of course, there are other parameters, but the basic parameters are these ones. And to briefly summarize our fee structure, we get fees from membership services like it differs from intermediaries, issuers, portfolio management companies, and CCPs. We get fees from investor account opening and maintenance services, issuer services, dematerialized capital market instruments insurance services, custody, settlement, corporate action, cash distribution, and other services like reporting, information provisioning, and etc. I can briefly summarize our fee structure like this.
Thank you. Hello. Nigerian perspective.
Thank you. Sheikh, and thank you very much for hosting us. AMEDA, this is a wonderful set up, and it needs to be copied. But that's not what this panel is about. This panel is about fees. And I think the first thing we have to look at is, how's the CSD structured? Are you structured as a utility, which means that you're owned by either the market, the regulator, or the settlement banks? And so the purpose of what you are established for would be different, in the sense that you're built as a utility to serve the market. So you're not a for-profit. If you're not a for-profit and you're built like a utility, the fee structure definitely is different, in the sense that your owners or your equity holders or the set of people or companies that have established you demand a certain, if you like, service from you, and will determine what kind of fees you charge. As such, you're built to just have enough money to invest in infrastructure and build a service for the market. If you're in that category, you have less headache than most of us, in the sense that you submit a bill, you have a budget, based on what your budget is, in many cases, determines how much fee you charge in the market. Or you estimate what the market size is, and the fee is determined by that context, in many cases. We were at DTCC last year, and we saw a model that was almost like that. DTCC is the biggest CSD, CCP, or post-trade company, if I believe, in the world, because of the size of what they clear and settle. And they are built as a utility, even though they are owned by the settlement banks, I believe. And so their fees are structured in such a way that they're not distributing profit. Now, if you're built as a CSD and you have shareholders who are expecting certain level of return on the investments, your fee structure will be slightly different. Just like we are as a CSD in Nigeria, we're owned partly by the exchanges, the settlement banks, as well as the broker-dealer community. And so there are three expectations here. One, your stakeholders expect that you service them at a lowest cost possible, which is the investors, the companies that are listed, as well as other stakeholders. But you also are required to invest in infrastructure, technology, people, all of that, at the maximum level to service that stakeholder institution. But then you have another stakeholder, which is your shareholders, who are expecting that, well, we'll put in money here, your market infrastructure, we should see some return. Balancing those three aspects is very difficult in some cases, like we're seeing. Now, when you have such a situation, your fee structure typically is determined by the regulator. So for every time you have a fee change, or you're trying to introduce a new fee, the market collectively would have a pressure point with the regulator. There will be resistance. The regulator will try and determine that whether or not you deserve to increase or to add these fees. In these cases, the balancing act is very critical. So in such a way, you probably have 3 or 4 areas where you can charge fees. Number one is your depository fees for the issuers who are on board like we do. The second one is on transaction fees. The third one is, like what Sarah said, the value-added services which you charge fees on. And these days, the fight around the value-added services critically is on data services. The last speaker talked about AI and using data and all of that. We've seen an increase in CSDs beginning to have a market data business, which is competing with the exchanges as well. Now, the key question here is, who owns the data? Is it the exchange? Can you replicate the same thing at the CSD? Or is it the brokers who claim that we trade, so that data belongs to us? Now, multiple fees can be charged on that market data services, whether it's by efficiency of what data you have from the analytics, which is what everybody is looking for. But then what are you selling? What's the exchange selling? What are the brokers selling? Who owns the data? In my mind, the CSD is uniquely positioned to actually create value both for the market participants, the exchanges, the investor, the issuers, as well as the shareholders in the event that they have shareholders in a very unique way and without having to disrupt the market. But that finding that balance is critical, and the regulator has to be handheld to do that. Otherwise, I think for us as a CSD is one of the best business you can be in a post-trade perspective. Stuart.
Thank you very much. Just on that point, Sarah explained you've got the different stakeholders involved in these fees. What flexibility do you have in changing fees, or do you want to change fees, and where would you like to change fees?
Okay, great question, Stuart. Well, taking this towards the legal side of it, because one of the main obstacles, of course, if you want to change the fee structure would be the bylaws, or basically the legislation. So if you have the fee structure so determined and so bound by the legal provisions in the law, that is when I would say you would have a problem, because we all know that changing laws is not something that easy. It's not a process that could be done in a short period of time. So what you have to do is to just get the base within the law to be able to charge for wherever fees or services you will be able to add. And you would have it in like a bylaws that would be more flexible to amend. This is something really crucial, because in Jordan, for example, we do have the setup, as I mentioned, in the laws, and then the bylaws state that you can charge for this and that, and you can add to that. So this is basically when it comes to the legal side, because I do know for a fact that a lot of institutions and a lot of entities, they do not have that flexibility. So in order for the depository to be able to change the fee structure, it would be a hectic process that would take so much time and probably wouldn't go well, because as also Haruna mentioned, it's always raising or basically having to impose more fees is always faced with resistance, especially from members. I wouldn't say investors, because investors basically are being charged by the members. So it's like you're not like the first point of contact with the investor when it comes to the fees, because they get charged by the brokers, and the brokers pays for the CSD. This is the way it goes, at least in the Jordanian capital market. So flexibility is one very important aspect of that, and it has to come from the base of the law to be able to again move forward. But having said that, and since you've mentioned the different aspects of changing or basically looking at fees, as I mentioned previously, you have to have a stable platform for certain types of fees, and I believe maybe one of the suggestions I was looking into when I started my argument with the exchange, although the CSD in Jordan was never a part of the exchange, we were always from inception a self-regulated entity or a separate entity that was established by virtue of the securities law as a separate legal entity. So, but the situation, the way it used to be like there was a whole, one entity, a sole entity that used to be to run all the operations. That was, of course, before 1997. So there used to be something called the Amman Financial Market, and then it ran all the operations. So it was the regulatory authority, it was the executive authority as well. So when the securities law of 1997 was passed, three entities it was separated to three entities. So the regulator, which is the Jordan Securities Commission, and then the Amman Stock Exchange and the Securities Depository Center. So we were never part of the exchange. And yet they still think that we take part or a share of the commissions, that because it was labeled as trading commissions. So I would have an example to talk about related to the value-added services, although I do not charge for those yet as depository. But to give you an example, as Harun as well mentioned, depositories are the main source of data, if you ask me, because the ability to analyze the data into important information that could add insight for the investor and the stakeholders. This is something depositories can do, because exchanges, they only have the information, a limited part of the information related to the trading. As we are all well aware, depositories run two sides of ownership transfer, if I may say. So there's the one coming from the market related to the trading transactions that occur on the market, and the other one would be on the OTC side, we call, or we could say the exempted transfers, the exempted ownership transfers. That is related to the direct transfer of ownership that the CSDs perform. For example, family transfers, inheritance transfers, court-ordered transfers, things like that. And this is where we also charge. Of course, it varies and it's different from the transactional fees that we charge for in terms of the clearing and settlement, because we do not settle and clear those transactions. We perform the ownership transfer on T0 basis. So just to mention an example related to other value-added services CSDs can charge for, I would say, for example, as you're also aware, that CSDs place attachments over securities, because you run the central depository, the central registry. So depends, of course, on the jurisdiction and on the legal aspects related to the legislations that you perform under. You do face, as depositories, you do place certain attachments such as pledge, such as lien. So on this side, for example, we did basically develop a special pledge, electronic pledge system, and that was provided to the banks, only members of banks. So they are members of the SEC, and they are members of, they are basically pledgees, we call them. So they're pledgee banks. We provided this system for the banks, so they would be able to place pledges over the securities handled, of course, under their jurisdiction or under their, I would say, control, depending on the accounts, the setup of the accounts. So this is a value-added service that could be provided to banks that would also make the life of us as CSDs more easier, because there's a risk related to running or performing that kind of pledges or kind of attachments. So CSDs, for example, could charge for such value-added services to be provided to the member, of course, if the member is willing to do so, because when we provided the pledge, the electronic pledge system to the banks, they were able to perform the pledges under their terms and under their conditions. And the value added for them was to be able to pledge those securities under the control of the brokers that are basically part of such banks. So liquidating the assets, which basically are the underlying assets behind the, I would say, the facilities the bank provided, would be very easy for banks to do so. So it would be, for them, a more quicker process, a more flexible and easy process. So this is something related to systems, of course, because this was handed to banks, and banks are a private sector. They are members of the SDC. We looked at it differently from, I would say, another example. We call it a lien system, and this is a system that was provided to, for example, the taxation department in Jordan. Taxation department, they place also attachments over securities for a certain period of times and for certain circumstances and details. So we were able to also develop a special lien electronic system that was provided to certain, I would say, formal entities who are entitled by law to place attachments over securities. And this was provided for free, of course, because it was, we wouldn't be able to charge the government for something that was, that we did in the first place. Services, I would say, although I have not charged yet for services, I'm going to talk tomorrow about an electronic service that we provided also to the investors, but it was provided for free. Because at the first stage, I wanted all the investors to be able to understand the value-added service that we provide as CSD and be able to benefit from it and understand what's going on the market. So in tomorrow's talk, I'll be talking more about the e-portfolio service that we provided. But this does not mean that depositories cannot charge for such services if they are named under value-added services. However, going back again to the legal autonomy and the legal structure of the depositories, as we previously mentioned, it's really important to define the structure of the depository, being a corporation or being a separate entity, and to have the base in the laws to be able to also, again, amend and be as flexible as possible to add to the fee structure that you have, regardless whatever that is.
Cool, thank you. Saleh, are you happy with the fee structure? You've got flexibility to change it, and where would you change it?
Actually, we have a strict dependency on our regulatory capital markets board on the fee structure, and our fees are evaluated yearly based according to revaluation rate, which is announced by the Ministry of Trade and Treasury and Finance, and we update our fees according to the revaluation rate, and then our board of directors approve the fees, and then capital markets board approve the fees, and we announce the update to our members by this way.
Okay.
That's all.
Yellow, do you want to add to any of that?
So for me, if I look at what's happening in markets generally, I think the fees that we earn today as CSDs, as traditionally seen, is going to go away very quickly. So we would see very soon that you can't charge on transaction fees because there are alternative platforms that don't charge as much as we do. You won't charge for depository fees from an issuer because an issuer will go somewhere else where they're not going to be charged depository fees. Where I see fees, for CSDs go forward are in the value-added services. So if I have certain services that you're consuming via APIs, I'll charge you for that API, I'll charge you for that data you're searching for, I'll charge you for the analytics of that data. And then, of course, if there are certain what I call off-the-site services like collateral management, lien services, and maybe ad hoc situations where you need certain unique boutique services that I can provide per individual in some form would be where we'll go. Because we at the CSD Nigeria understand that there are alternative electronic systems that are actually trading already. So if you look at Bitcoin, I understand that last year, Nigeria traded $600 million of Bitcoin outside the market. Now, I'm not sure we traded in the main market $600 million like we saw. So in my thinking, and people, and the buy side is also squeezing out everybody in terms of fees. And so you're going to see less and less reliance on CSDs who will survive on transaction fees, on depository fees, on standard fees that we charge like membership fees and all of that. All that is going to go. So the focus would be, in my mind, value-added services, data services, and if you have APIs, because we're moving away from SWIFT, would be the things that I see CSDs working towards and the fees. And we have to build the competencies to be able to offer those services to exist. As you know, private markets are becoming bigger, listings are drying up, traditional markets are shrinking, and so we got to look for those things that make us relevant and critical. Yeah. And so by extension, create value for us and shareholders.
Okay. So I didn't want to take away from what you're doing tomorrow, but for a sort of final question before we open up to the floor. Yes. These opportunities now with better technology, you can give these value-added services, as I said, APIs and actual tools. And you're not charging yet, but do you see this as diversifying your revenue source?
Well, Stuart, honestly, maybe the main reason behind being able to, I would say, control the fee structure you would charge for value-added services is more related to the systems that you operate. So if you have an in-house system, because at the SDC we have an in-house developed system that's called Scorpio. I'm going to talk about that a bit further tomorrow. So if you have an in-house developed system that runs the operations of the CSD and be able to more develop value-added services, this is when your costs are really capped to a certain point of time. However, if you if you have that technology completely bought from a third party or from an external entity, this is when you would be really cornered to charge more for the end, of course, and I would say consumer, regardless, be it the member or be it the investor. So, of course, I'm not trying to get CSDs towards having an in-house developed system or off-the-shelf one, but this is really one major part of that is related and linked to the fee structure, because a lot of entities pay a lot of money on basically. First of all, getting those systems and be able to have them up and running and sustaining them, because we're talking about storage, we're talking about networks, we're talking about a lot of things that needs to be run in data centers and in disaster recovery plans. This is huge for CSDs to afford. So if you're able to also control your financials in a way that you could be able to invest further in technology and then have less fee structure based on the end investor, this is when you can have things more balanced. So it's not like a one way. You have to keep your both eyes on both sides.
Okay.
I would love, of course, to hear from the audience on their experiences on this regard. Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah, I'd like to take issue on a couple of those points, but it just sort of depends. Salah, have you have any? Are you charging new fee structures for your, because you're doing a lot of technological innovation, I understand, and are you finding that as a way of diversifying?
Yeah, of course. First of all, Turkish Ministry of Technology granted us MKK as an R&D center in 2013. So we developed our core systems and value-added systems with our R&D team. Actually, our R&D team consists of approximately 130 people. We categorize, over the past 10 years, we completed more than 46 projects and introduced numerous services and products for financial markets. These services and products can be categorized into 4 main topics. One topic is depository services, the other one is trade repository and reporting services, and the other one is corporate governance services, final investor services. In addition to custody services income, our products also generate us, value-added products generate us income also, especially public disclosure platform, electronic general meeting system, board of directors systems, electronic board of directors system, and some of examples for this situation. I want to highlight a bit about electronic general meeting system.
Oh yeah.
It's our e-voting system, and it's used in Turkey, and it's used in Indonesian CSD also, KSE, since 2020. We developed the system in 2012. And it was first introduced to foreign markets in 2014. The first pilot was made pilot adaptation was made in Nigeria and Kenya in this year, 2016 and 17. And as I also mentioned, it is used in Indonesian CSD, and we are currently working on this project with developing new features and maintenance. And we are making some new projects for them also for Indonesian CSD, Debt Securities General Assembly Adaptation Project. This system can be used by all joint stock companies in Turkey. All transactions before, during, and after the General Assembly can be carried out with electronic signature. Companies, shareholders, representatives, investment institutions are some roles that are using this system. And I can give some numbers about this system. When it was first introduced in 2012, the electronic general meeting participation was 72. Now, last year, in 2023, it was over 18,000 Foreign investors' rate of electronic participation was 73% in 2012, and last year it was 97%. So the system is used by the related parties very effectively. I can briefly say this one, and there's an electronic board of directors system, and it is used in Turkey also. It's board of directors can make their meetings electronically and use electronic signature. We use also, we have public disclosure platform developed by, all these systems are developed by MKK's R&D team. And we have, besides the membership fees, we can get, as he said, data broadcasting organizations can use data simultaneously via PDP, and we have income from these data services also. And I can sum up like this.
Thank you. You have anything to add before we throw the gauntlet down?
So I think CSDs should also diversify their revenues based on where they're sitting. And I remember my first AMEDA meeting, Mr. Mohamed, the former president, was talking about that they own a football team or they have a feeder team. And he mentioned that Mo Salah was on the books of the Egyptian CSD, and I was really, really surprised. I don't know, is anybody from... it was soccer team, right? And that Mo Salah, who played for Liverpool, they had a stake on that. And that got me thinking to say, so a CSD owns a football team and has a stake on Mo Salah, and that was at the peak of Mo Salah in Liverpool, who I think is also a great player. And all the Everton fans are looking at me, but that's not the problem. You know, you got to diversify, but within the context of what your business is. So for us in the CSD in Nigeria, we went the route of electronic document management, in the sense that it was a very cumbersome paper environment where when I became CEO, I would get on my desk 6 kilograms of paper. I mean, 6 kilograms of paper a day is how many trees in a year. And we went through the route of saying, you know what, we have to gatekeep. So we established a data room and started scanning papers and putting it in our system and had a workflow. We stopped having a data room and said, keep the data room at your own end, scan it, send it to us through this forward system. We went further to say, let's come and help you set up a document management systems within the intermediaries. And I guarantee you today, I do not have one single paper on my desk as a CEO. Now, that is the line of business which you had gone into, metamorphosize out of the need of what we do as a CSD. I think CSDs should think clever, but in my mind, the area where we would really get traction is when we mine the data that we have, when we use it in the context of assisting our members or our stakeholders, monetize it. I think that's where CSDs are going to go in terms of sustainability as a business. Otherwise, you know, that diversification is good, but within the context of your business. And for the regulators, will not look at you because this is technically outside the scope of what it is, because you're giving value-added services. And typically, you would be able to set your own fees or margins or whatever it is, because it's not regulated and because it's seen as a value-added services. And once you do it very well and target the needs of the market, you're likely to not have any pushback because you're giving value to the market. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot of information there from 3 different CSDs. There are many more CSDs in the room. Does anyone want to add any other perspective or ask our distinguished panel any questions? Good. Do we have a microphone, please, in the front row? 2 microphones. Abdullah. Yep.
Thank you, Stuart. Just to summarize what have been said in this excellent panel, I think, as you can see in Turkey, as Mr. Saleh said, we can see lots of diversification is happening in Turkey. And it's obvious that they are fine with the fees. And I agree also with Sarah when she mentioned about the sharing the fees or the cost between the exchange and the clearinghouse. I think this action is happening in most of the stock exchanges because the issuer would like just to pay for a single entity, and then it's a listing fee and it's like a depository fee as well. And we know that any cost is bared to any party would be bared to the eventually to the investor. So if it is charged to the investor, it means that the transaction cost is high, and again, it affects negatively the volatility. And I also agree with Haruna when he mentioned that entity is a profit entity or a non-profit entity or utility. Then, of course, if it is a profit-making entity, they'll have to barely break even. We know that the cost of transaction is really high. If not, then the government will have to support or grant the entity itself. We've seen recently role of the depositories on the primary market, not only in the secondary market, on the primary market and post-trade services, because we are now focusing on the secondary market. We know that the cost is high. On the primary market, we have seen the role of the CSDs when it comes to IPOs, of course, be it EIPO, and then secondary market is also common. However, post-trade services, as Mr. Sarah mentioned, the e-voting, and we have seen it in different jurisdictions today. Our colleagues from AMEDA and Doha, they also added this value-added service. And of course, we know that for the issuers, it will be cost-effective because they don't have to pay for the hotel and all this. So, and also for jurisdictions where they have foreign ownership, it will be cost-effective for the board and the shareholders to remotely join and do the e-voting on the AGMs. Last but not least, and this is the most important part, that what we have learned also on the cash dividend, we'd like to also congratulate our colleagues in AMEDA and Doha, where they have distributed 27 billion, and that's a big amount, and this is a big responsibility. However, this is again an additional value-added service where the clearinghouses or CSDs can get benefit of. One would be that you can charge for this value-added service, because previously shareholders used to go and collect their dividend in checks, and that is again a stationary cost on the issuer. So today it's cost-effective for the issuers. Number two, the CSD can make overnight interest out of those huge cash dividend that is being maintained by CSDs. I hope that I didn't destroy this confidential thing, but again, it's a service that we can all learn. This is the service that we are learning or we are gaining out of it. Thank you.
So just to mention that the thing about those value-added services, that the market has to have had that structure for it to do. So, for example, when you talk about dividend distribution or coupon payments, we have been doing coupon payments for the sovereign government savings bonds since it was established, because we have a very advanced financial system in terms of connectivity. So in Nigeria, bank-to-bank transfers, and I keep telling the Europeans or the Americans when we go have conversations, and I'm thinking, it's actually easier for me to transfer money from Nigeria to, say, Bank of America than for somebody in Bank of America to transfer to TD Bank. That's how advanced. So for us, that has already been established. But I think the key thing is we see that CSDs, we see everything. How do we remove ourselves from the traditional fees? And when it comes to primary market, for example, we have gone ahead to build systems that allow for full end-to-end electronic primary market issuances in Nigeria. And we're about to test that to the highest level, because about 80% of the banks that are in Nigeria are listed. And there is a new rule by the central bank that says all banks have to recapitalize. So we're looking to do another $1.6 billion in terms of issuances by the banks in the next 18 months. So that will test that system.
Thank you. Again, as you have mentioned, that there are also non-core business services that CSDs can provide. And sometimes it's crazy, like you've mentioned the soccer team idea, but did not sustain. In addition to that, Egypt also, they owned a landmark hotel. You remember they used to make revenue out of the wedding parties in the hall itself. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Okay. I'd like to thank my distinguished panelists, to thank you, the organizers and guests, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel for this engaging conversation. Now, we are actually going to end today because I know it has been a long day for everyone, but we would like to remind you to please join us for the 10th anniversary of AMEDA. It's going to take place at 7 p.m. in El Wassail, just across the hall. We promise it will be a fun night, so we hope to see you all there. There will be other invited guests from outside of the AMEDA conference, so hopefully we'll see you all there at 7 o'clock. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.